Emblem.
Hello and welcome everyone to Wisdom Saves for our I forgot what seventh episode of My Lady of Sorrows. I can math and I am definitely keeping track of the episodes correctly. My name is Alishiera. I am the keeper for this evening. You may hear the voice is a little bit croaky. Don't worry about it. It's fine. And character voices are just all very sexy and husky. That's just the world that we live in, and it's okay. But passing over to Burrows to introduce themselves.
Hi, hello. I exist on the internet. What do? I do things. I just got back from Oz Comic Con. Very cool, very fun. Now I'm back to being a regular human, which is gross and disgusting. However, we're here playing Our Lady of Sorrows tonight. I play Harper. She is a nightmare slash pararomantic, which is very cool. So check it out. That's all I got.
Give me a second.
I can delay a little bit longer. If you don't know who Mel is a wonderful being who exists on the internet also. I have forbidden her saying anything bad about herself. So therefore, not allowed. She plays
It means
Luciana.
I don't have anything to say anymore.
Yeah, that's why I'm actually speaking for you, right? When do I get to stop? When are you ready?
I mean, no, you can keep doing the intro. I just realized that somehow I tweeted a tweet and I said to everyone, "Hey, I tweeted," and then I went to go retweet it from my personal account, and it's not fucking there. But I saw it go, so I was trying to redo it. But yeah, I am Lefson. I am a streamer and a cosplayer. I play Luciana. I'm not allowed to say mean things about myself. To a lesser extent than Ali, sometimes my voice may sometimes go, because, you know, uh, get vaccinated and don't get COVID. It's not fun. It's been weeks. I still sound like a goblin sometimes.
Uh, and hi, I'm Friendoboi. I play Astra. Their pronouns are they, them, he, she. They do not care, but I just use they, them first and foremost. When I'm not here, I'm in a metaphorical swamp, being a local hag witch and casting spells, but it's not a real place, so don't ask me where it is. It's invite only. Um, but yeah, that's about it.
Very good. And like I said, I'm Lashera. I also was at Oz Comic Con with Burrows. We had a very, very fun weekend, and it was a very pleasant time. And I'm very glad that conventions are back. I am just hoping that this is not COVID. This is just my body being a piece of shit to me. So fingers crossed. Uh, but Brendo is going to be doing a quick overview for us of what happened last time on Our Lady of Sorrows.
Okay, I'm gonna try and be quick, and I'm gonna try and be coherent, but I promise neither. Let's get into it. So we were behind the Cackling Hyena, the comedy club, and we had a tense standoff, sort of, with Grasp, the bland white man, Henry, beloved, not a vampire, doctor, on the ground, bleeding. Rohan, the world's best and worst boy in different ways, was bleeding from his arms, but that's fine. That's just Rohan. He's not like other girls. And they had told us to run. We did not do that. And then had a little cheeky fight. Grasp sort of animated a giant concrete mascot hyena that was like 9 feet tall or something ridiculous. So that was fun. Um, Astra used a luck point and kind of carved into Grasp, and he was made of crystal on the inside because he was beautiful on the inside, just not on the outside. Rohan has a magic rifle. Love that for him. Let me see. Luciana sort of tried setting to fire to everything. We managed to defeat Grasp, but Harper had run off to try and get help, presumably, or she just was like, "No, I'm out, see ya." which are fair. And there was the mysterious cloaked figure who we've sort of, know a little bit about, who was like, "Hey, girl, what you doing? Do you want to just get shoved in the comedy club real quick? Haha, see ya." And shoved her in there. So that was fine, completely fine. And then Astra heard from inside the comedy club crying or screaming, opened the door, and then whatever was going on in there was like, "Hey, do you want to get in here?" Grabbed Astra as well. So that went well. Luciana was like, "Wow, my friends are dumb, but I'm going in there." So then Luciana and Dr. Henry and Rohan all went inside, and then we kind of were all split up because that's the best way for anything to happen in a tabletop game. You split up, you all die individually, and it's fantastic. So Harper had this big sort of. She was alone in a room, and then she had this big vision about nobody recognizing her, nobody talking to her, and her beloved, Cherry, being like, "Wow, bitch, you're the worst and you add nothing, and this is definitely a healthy relationship inside this horrible little dream nightmare boondoggle." And Harper was really sad and was like, "But I love you," but not in that exact voice, but whatever. It was really sad. It was really awful. And then sort of she was really shaken up by that, and then sort of woke back up in the horrible little dark room. So great. Astra sort of oh, they ran through a wall. I just remember that I did that. Oh shit. And then there was a hospital, and there was totally, Sabrina totally was there, and she's like, "You have to die for me to heal me," or whatever. And then Astra was like, "Okay." And then Ali was like, "Hey, maybe please roll a successful check, please, just to not die, please. Come on, man. Come on, you can do it." And we did it eventually. There was a big hourglass. It was a great time. Luciana, Dr. Henry, and Rohan turned into horrible bird people, and she was like, "I do not see it. No, no, thank you." And then they were like, bird noises. I don't know if that's what creepy birds sound like, but that's what they sounded like. Birds everywhere. So she was like, "Okay, you look like birds. Don't look at me. Don't perceive me." And then cute little raven with the turquoise eyes was like, "Oh, hey, I'm over here now. Hey, you wanna come check this out? Come over here, man." That's what birds do, apparently. Jesus wept. So followed the bird. Oh yeah, Rohan got dragged off by a big thing, but like damsel in distress or typical. I shouldn't say that. Anyway, it's his birthday. He's having a bad birthday. Um, so, yes, Rohan got dragged off. Luciana was like, "Well, I suppose we should follow him, I guess." They do that. Little birdie friend, whose name I have written down later. It'll get there. I'll remember it at some point. We find it out later, but the bird's name is Victor. Got it. Haha. So go through the building, and suddenly it's a clearing and there's birds everywhere, and then it's not a clearing, and then it's a cave, and then there's a hot bitch lady there, and she's like, "Well, look what the cat dragged in. My name is Clandestine, I think."
Yeah.
And she's like, "Luciana, I have some fantastic news. You are me, and I was a hot bitch, and now you are me, also a hot bitch. Great. He's Victor. He's my familiar. Henry's been looking after him." And Henry's like, "Oh, I know you. You're clandestine." So he's not a vampire. He just uses L'Oreal, and he's lived a long time. It's fine. It's fine. It's all good. They made their way. Oh wait, no, she said some important shit. Hang on, I won't rush over that. Basically, she was like, "Oh yes, this happened before. I saved the world with a couple of my friends, and I think they're with you now. It's fine, whatever." Harper then going back to hers in her little room, and then there was a gold vision of a man, like a sensible looking man in robes, and he's like, "I'm Azael. I'm here to help you. I can't tell you things, but come on, you got to get up, babes. You're gonna die if you sit here." And she's like, "I don't care." but um, but he was glowy, kind of a ghost. Looks like a priest. Everybody manages to group back up. Luciana sort of leads the charge on finding everybody. And sort of Luciana, putting two and two together, realized that Azael is the past life of Harper. So in Harper's past life, she was a sensible, well, presumably, priest man, which I love more than words could say. She knows what her own past life was and presumably is somewhat familiar from research with what Astra's past life used to be. They had a past life? I don't know, apparently. Um, so then we found like a throne thingy. It was like made of like the dark crystal or whatever. Astra sort of hit it and it felt like it was resisting the big sword, which I named Cynthia. And then sort of the throne thing exploded. It was great. And then who arrived first? Hang on. But then everybody's phones started working again. Slew of notifications from people. Uh, Scarlet repelled through a window with her gun out, like Lara Croft, badass. Like, I'm here, I've arrived. Everything's done. Oh no, how unfortunate. Well, I look cool. Cephas came as well. Cherry also was there and sort of was actually excited to see Harper. They do love them. It's just, dream bullshit. It is a healthy relationship, probably. Azale dissolved into cherry blossom petals, which I love that for him. And Sigil was like, "Oh, Grasp was here. He was a copy. We've seen. Don't worry, he's photocopied himself into crystals before that bitch." And then we all left. I think that was everything important. I hope. And the guy with the robes and the mask and whatever that threw Harper into the comedy club, nowhere to be seen. Well, presumably a guy. We don't know for certain. We think we know who it is, but yeah, no sign of that bitch. So that's
That
it.
was everything I could have hoped for in a summary. Thank you, thank you. Yes, so we come back to see kick off. Everyone is leaving the comedy club, getting into cars that were brought by the Order of Resplendence members, and they drop back to where Luciana drove in a car, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Near
So
the
they go
Waffle House.
near the Waffle House. So they go via and will drop Luciana and whoever wants to go, or someone else will offer to take the car back if they were to stay together in the van. As you're approaching the vehicle, however, you can see that the boot is open as you approach. Pulling up next to it, what would you like to do?
I want to make sure there's not another clone man in the, in the boot of my car. Because I mean,
Yeah,
it's not actually my car, but it's temporarily my car. I don't want there
yeah.
to be a man in it.
Sigil will get out of the car with you and approach with you to check the vehicle. As you go there, you don't have to roll for it. There's no man crouched hiding in the boot. It is open. But you do see that the box of crystals that had been brought from Astra's apartment is no longer there.
Oh shit. Uh,
Everything else seems fine with the car. It doesn't particularly look like forced entry of the boot, but you know that there's magic shenanigans, so that in and of itself is not that weird.
Look, if Astra stayed in the car, I'm not going to bother them with this info immediately. They had a bit of a stressful time.
Yeah.
So if Sigil doesn't want to do any investigating around the car, because I'm not actually a detective, and I don't want to do that, I'm just gonna
Yeah,
drive it
he'll
home.
he'll do a once over and just go like, yeah, magic was used here to open the boot. Do you have anything of value in there?
We did have a big box. Well, not a big box. We had a collection of Astra rocks in there.
Right. Okay. That is not ideal. But we'll work with that information and see what we can do with it. Right. You better get yourself back. I'll get everyone else back. I'll see you back at Viridian. You can see he goes back. He goes via the car that Cephas is in and leans in the window and says something. You, again, do not need to roll. She doesn't look particularly happy. But moving on, everyone, unless anyone else wants to do anything else at the scene. Beautiful. We head back. Cherry is in the back of the car with Harper and is kind of just holding her hand, waiting in silence. So they're there. Harper wants to say anything, but they seem kind of anxious and awkward and not like they want to particularly push any conversation on Harper if she doesn't want to talk.
Who's in the car with us?
That car, I would say you have Rohan and Sigil.
Okay. I think nah, she wouldn't be doing anything. Nah, it's all good. I think just like sitting there, they'd just be like head on shoulder, just like we're quiet now. It's good. We're quiet.
Yeah. We make our way back. No problems. No more giant animated statues or the like, and make your way back to Viridian. As they pull into the concealed garage and everyone piles out and is led back up to the kind of communal space of the bar area. What would people like to do? Everyone is there. Henry and Cephas are at the side, deep in conversation. All the other members are kind of flitting around, pretty busy. They all look like they have purpose. They're preparing for something. Cherry is with you still, Harper. And Victor is not on Luciana's shoulder. It's just kind of standing next to them. So there's just Luciana there and just a bird standing next to her, just kind of just there.
I don't exactly have a plan for what I'm planning on doing immediately, so I'm gonna make a lot of intense eye contact with the bed.
Yeah, it was returned, like kind of shyly almost at first, and then it's almost like it thinks, oh, she's instigated eye contact. Maybe I shouldn't look away. And then so Victor is just staring back at you, unblinking. Anyone else doing anything?
I think Astra would mention, like, maybe not to anyone in particular, but they'd be like, "Oh, my box of crystals was in the car. I did. Do I need to go get it? I don't know. It's gone."
Is that to the other party members or is that to one of the order members?
I don't know.
Because you would have Luciana right next to you. Like I would assume the three of you are kind of together with Cherry there. The other order members are around, but they're not immediately standing with the group.
Okay. Well, yeah. Then just say it to the others. Just like, is that still in the car?
Actually, no, it's not. When we got back to the car that we left at the Waffle House, the boot was open and they were missing.
Oh. Did the hyena eat them?
I don't think the hyena made it the whole way to the Waffle House.
Oh, I just thought if that's like, I know it was a statue, but like maybe, like Nana says, like breakfast is important. So maybe like he woke it up with crystal breakfast. So, but that makes sense. Probably. Oh. Should we talk about what we all saw and what happened? Because we weren't together for a while. if there was anything we needed to talk about or was important, or
I am not sure if I'm supposed to talk about it.
What does that
But,
even mean?
I mean, well, just so, um, and she's gonna point at Harper. Your, like, past life told me not to tell you that they were there, but yeah, look, this is all very hard to explain. Um, Reincarnation and secondary souls and stuff like that, and they were all around and being difficult.
You're starting to sound like that priest.
Yeah. That's very related to the
So what do you know then? Feel like filling us in?
Well, I don't know everything about it because, like I said, they were being a little bit difficult, but I get the impression that I met a past life and I met your past life, and so did you. You used to be a priest, Harper.
Well, we know that's not true.
No, we know that is true. That is indisputably true.
Can I please get anyone who would like to roll a sharp?
Sharp. Ah, my best roll. So looking forward to this one.
I get a 10.
Full
Damn.
success?
I get an 11.
Full success for Luciana?
Wait, why are specifically only my D6s missing?
Pain,
Maybe you used
suffering,
them last time?
humiliation.
No, but I have everything else. But the D6s. Not even one. What the fuck?
Or Astra, you getting some sweet XP there?
yeah, I got a 3. So
Sick.
I leveled up.
Everything's great. This is a really interesting conversation. Hey, Harper used to be a priest. That's something new.
Was that
Probably
like
just-
before or after she was in high school? Like,
Yeah, that was whack.
I think Astra just thinks that like Harper managed to shapeshift herself from being a man priest into like a young woman. They do not understand it. They're just like, wow.
It's like Benjamin Button, where just like regressed and then started a new life as a girl. Any luck on those D6
No,
bows?
apparently not.
You
I'm
may
just
just
gonna
need
have
to
to. Oh
Google
wait,
roll
hang on.
2d6.
I was gonna say, did you put them in a separate spot specifically for Monster of the Week?
I'm just gonna have to roll one dice twice. 7 plus nothing, I'm pretty sure. Unless it's -1, in which case I'm gonna be. No, it's not plus nothing. We're fine. So 7.
7. Okay. So what you see, Harper, is that Cherry just seems a little bit uncomfortable during the conversation, particularly just talking about just past lives and things in general. Um, you're not able to pinpoint like why. It's just like it's a weird conversation to have, I guess. But they just seem a bit hesitant to be participating in it. Luciana, what you see is that hesitancy and uncomfortableness. You see specifically when it's talking about Harper's past life and the priest, that there is a visible reaction from Cherry.
I have been wanting to tie Cherry to a chair, really, and question them for a while because they keep walking away from me. But this is potentially still not the time, so I'm going to intense eye contact this time with Cherry to be like, I don't trust you. I fucking saw that reaction. Got my fucking eyes on you. Basically.
Yeah, they distinctly turn away from your gaze and pretend like you didn't notice anything and are trying to convince themselves that this conversation is fine and it can just continue as it proceeds.
Am I gonna sneeze? No, I'm not gonna sneeze. I saw a picture when I was researching of
Yes.
the. Do I have that picture, or is it still like
You
in a
did.
book somewhere that I
So
have wrote
I
down?
had said, because I had forgot to hit send when you were doing research to say that you'd found it, I had said you can retcon if you think you would have brought it with you, you're more than welcome to have brought it with you.
I probably would have. And also, ooh, that will help me maybe in arguing with Harper, because now it's time to argue with Harper. But I'm going to like dig through my pockets and I'm going to bring out the picture and I'm going to be like, ooh, maybe I was going to sneeze. Oh dear, I can't breathe. Bring it out and like show it around our little circle and be like, do you recognize this dude?
It's just Zale, isn't it?
Was that his name? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it was the weird guy from the comedy place, the one who was exceptionally vague.
Uh-huh. And this here is exceptionally vaguely, oh my god, my previous body. Look, I don't exactly know how this has been working, but going by that assumption, this one here is probably Astra. And this is probably why Cephas was so insistent that we all stay together, because apparently Cephas knew a lot more about this than she ever bothered to tell us.
I had a past life? What?
Maybe? Look, your man was all weird, my woman was all vague as well, and I don't really know what's going on. I actually have to talk to Cephas about it, but I'm not really looking forward to that conversation because she keeps giving me the same shifty looks your fucking partner does. So, you know,
Well, maybe because you're being shifty. Like, how do you know all
no,
this?
I'm not being shifty. They're being shifty.
Why do you think they're being shifty? They just know a lot, alright? They probably know what you're thinking before you've even thought it.
How is that not shifty? How is that not suspicious
It's
and weird,
actually incredibly
Harper?
useful. Have you never been in a relationship with someone where you're like, if only you could read my mind? Good stuff.
I literally don't want anybody reading my mind ever.
I don't mind it. Don't think that's quite how it works, but
Oh, I was going to say, so like, if you think like cookies really hard, like, do they just know? But maybe it doesn't work like that.
well, I don't think that's quite how it works. I think it's more like if I was going to get cookies, they would know that I'm gonna get them. So they'd like bring like milk or something. I don't know, whatever people have with cookies.
Well, I mean, normally more cookies, but sometimes I put lollies on top, but that's a bit of a specialty. But
Think that's the most normal thing you've said that you eat.
I mean, I am curious if umbrellas would taste any good with them, but you know, it's
I feel like they're too crunchy. It can't have the chocolate chip crunch with the wood.
well, I mean, it's, you know, spinach is alive and kind of a tree. An umbrella is also kind of a tree. But also, I mean, like, you don't have the drink to dip the umbrella into, so, it just, you know, it just take it, like, sometimes you need chef experience, like I have. Don't mind me. So I'm curious, so if Luciana's pointed out, if she's got the photograph and she's showing us, and I'm guessing, so there's Mr. Priest,
Yes.
Miss Hot, Clandestine. What does the other person look like in the photograph? Out of
So
curiosity.
the other person, are you handing the photo or just showing it, Luciana, to the other
No,
two?
I would have passed it around. I don't think I'm a show and tell person.
Yeah. So looking at the photo, it would have flipping it as well if you're looking at the whole thing. On the back, it has written the Hallowed Priest, the Celestial Spirit, and the Sacred Witch are the three titles that are written on the back. The by process of elimination, one that you assume is the Celestial Spirit is a shrouded form. It looks almost like a hooded figure. It is distinctly humanoid, much taller than the other two, uh, with 6 arms, 2 resting by its side, 4 that are kind of in front of it, with fingers peaked. But it looks like it is made up of stars. It's like imagine looking at the night sky and then having that wrapped around a figure. So there's deep shades of purples and dark blues and blacks, and then covered in stars. Around the face, it is featureless. It's smooth, save for 2 shining spots, which are reflecting eyes. And no hair or anything, just the robes covering it from head to toe.
Maybe they should have summoned me with extra arms because that would be really helpful when I'm cooking with Nana. Like, have you ever had like the doorbell ring, like when you're trying to like mix cookie dough at the same time? It's very difficult. So I don't know why they gave me less arms this time.
If you had too many arms, you might be too powerful.
True. That is a good point. Um, so I mean, should we ask Cephas about this, or
I was just waiting for her to finish her conversation so I could corner her a little bit, honestly. And I was hoping you two could help me with that. She's pretty good at escaping, like me, when it's just my questions. I want a cat.
me too? Oh man.
Grr. I mean, I'm just finding this all pretty hard to buy. Like, you're telling me that like 3 random people walking off the street just happen to be in the same place and they happen to be like
No,
destined to be together.
exactly what I'm saying is it's not happened. It was destiny.
I really struggle to think that that's right, though.
You're okay with Cherry just knowing everything all the time with no explanation, but you're not okay with the idea that, like the universe put us together.
Well, no, because I choose to be around Cherry. It's not destiny putting us together. If it's destiny, do I really actually have any choices? Do I make any choices, or is it all just determined for me?
I don't think you make choices.
I make plenty of choices. She'll gesture to herself. This outfit, my choice. Not predetermined, not predestined.
It was a good choice.
Thank you.
It could have been better for the situation we were going into, but it looks nice. That's also not the point. Like, do you want to just come with me, even if you don't want to talk to her, even if you don't believe any of this? Can you just like block and exit?
I mean, sure. Don't expect me to run after anyone or anything, but like, I guess.
No, you don't let her through, and that way none of us have to run after her.
If she walks at me, I'm moving. Have you seen her? She's terrifying.
Oh my god. Okay.
I am not going to make you roll again, Luciana. You can see that the talks of destiny are making Cherry even more uncomfortable. And they are very much not looking in the direction of anyone. They are very busily counting the bottles behind the bar.
I just don't want to deal with that. I have so much on my plate already. I just don't want to deal with that.
Is that something you say out loud? That, like, I don't want to deal with that. I'm not like just
Yeah,
okay.
not mentioning any names, but just muttering like I can't do this as well. Like, oh my fucking god.
Well, hang on, Luciana. I will help you. I will go over to Cherry. And I will say, "Do you need help counting bottles? Also, what am I thinking about right now?"
Cherry snaps like around to look at you. They were kind of so engrossed in trying to be inconspicuous in ignoring the conversation, which they were doing very, very poorly. And they'll just be like, "Oh, no, I'm fine. You're. I don't know what you're thinking about."
Okay.
They'll just have a guess at tiny umbrellas.
Surprisingly, no. I was thinking about how I used to have 6 arms. Think of all the umbrellas I could
Yep.
hold.
So many. I mean, if you had one between each finger, that would be like a lot.
Yes. And Harper shapeshifted and used to be a man who was a priest. So
Damn, that's crazy. Yep. I'm gonna
No, I mean you don't think that's unusual in any way? You don't have any thoughts regarding that?
I mean, what thoughts would I have on that one?
No, I don't know. Apparently you know everything all the time. So maybe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And how do you
uh,
do that, by the way? The knowing all the things all the time in advance.
Hey, I'm just built different.
I don't think that's it.
Well, can you do it?
No.
Yeah, built different. Sick. Gee, what can I help with? Wait, what do you want?
when you say built different, do you mean you
Mhm.
also have extra arms?
Yeah, do I look like I do?
Maybe you are like maybe they retract when you don't need them.
Yeah, that's a crazy theory, huh? Luciana, would you like to roll a sharp?
Sure. 4, 3, 2 is 9. Yes?
9. Yes, they are mixed success. Yeah, you're starting to believe maybe they do have multiple arms. There's just something to the way they're reacting.
Do Do you mind not like harassing my partner or like you good? Thought you were gonna talk to Cephas.
No, we will. How is it that I mean, I'm finding it easier and easier to believe that Cherry can read your mind since you seem to have like a single brain cell up in there. It can't be that difficult.
I'm sorry, was that meant to be insulting?
I don't know, are
Honey,
you
you could do
capable of being
better.
insulted? You just don't seem to be curious about anything. You seem to just take everything at face value. And after everything that we've seen over the past couple of days, I think that is absolutely insane.
It's not my problem that you're so suspicious.
If I wasn't so suspicious, I think at this point in time, we'd all be dead.
Well, we're not, so could ease up a little, maybe.
I'm going to go talk to Cephas or kill myself. I'm not entirely certain which one at this point in time, but we'll see what happens when I get over there. You can come if you'd like, but probably don't need to know what happened. You probably don't really care all that much.
I didn't say I didn't care. I just said I.
I've literally never met anybody who, like, breezes through life with this little concern for what's going on around them before. It's absolutely maddening. And I'm gonna leave.
I think she was going to not go with her because she didn't really have a lot of questions to ask. But I think now that she knows that she's not wanted, definitely going with.
Yeah. Astra,
Um,
you tagging along?
yes, I
You-
will. I'll just say, well, I'm sorry, Cherry, that I couldn't help you count the bottles. Have fun with your 2 arms. I'll do like a big obvious wig, like.
I will. Yeah,
Mhm.
they're really helpful. I'm gonna go over. I would just be at the okay, bye, and then just like walk off towards the bar.
All right. Let's go, Harper. Let's go help. We love helping.
Yes, we do love helping, don't we, Astra?
Yes, I'm gonna get extra arms. Let's go.
Yeah, we're gonna find out everything.
Ignoring you.
So as you're walking up, Cephas is still talking to Henry. They are having quite a heated discussion, it looks like. As you approach, you do catch just the last bit of what she's saying, which is, "It doesn't matter. My word is final anyway." Before you get to her table where she is sitting. Henry doesn't look particularly pleased. He's not angry, but you can see that he disagrees with whatever she was suggesting. And they both look towards the three of you. Cephas is smoking, as always, has papers in front of her. Henry doesn't leave, but he kind of takes half a step back and is just standing behind Cephas, clearly noting that you seem to want to speak to her with where all the eye contact is being directed.
Yep.
Well, pull up a seat, I guess. It looks like you have something to say.
Tempted to not sit just to be contrary, but I will sit because I have a lot of questions and it might take a while.
I will sit. Dr. Henry, is your stomach not bleeding anymore? Are you okay?
I am fine. Thank you for asking.
Okay. I'll just sit down. It's all gravy.
I think at that comment she'll wink at Henry before Harper sits.
It just
Hey, not
has a-
bleeding anymore, yeah.
yeah. He just has a mild look of disgust and doesn't react otherwise.
Just as we expect.
Right. What is question number 1 that you would be asking?
Well, oh dear, that's me, not character. Actually, before I get into specific questions, I was
Mm.
wondering if you just like felt like giving a general explanation about all of the things that you knew that we didn't know that, probably would have been helpful to know.
Well, I have been informed that you've already met Clandestine. So you would have a vague outline of things that are going on in the terms of reincarnations and the importance that the three of you have in what's happening.
Incredibly vague. If they could be less vague, that would be wonderful.
Right. We are an order that has existed for a very, very long time to maintain stability between this plane and the celestial plane, which governs heavenly bodies. We are trying to stop an opposing group from dragging celestial bodies down into this plane, which would cause essentially an apocalypse and very bad things to happen. Those bad things are happening more rapidly over the last couple of days, but we are putting things in place to stop them. The three of you play a pivotal role because your souls are linked to this particular event.
I think at that, just gonna look at Harper to see if she's fucking paying attention.
I think if you say souls are linked, that's where you lost her. She was good for the other stuff, but she's just like,
And so earlier, when I was asking questions about
Yes.
why specifically the three of us had to stay together and I was losing my mind a little bit, you couldn't have shared that to give some context.
I could have shared that. Of course, I could have. However, it was in your best interests not to know at the time. In fact, Henry doesn't think that I should be telling you now.
Going to glare at Henry just a little bit.
He just shrugs. Ask any question and I will answer it to the best of my capabilities. But it may be taxing on you to hear certain answers.
I thought I wrote down questions, but I didn't, so I'm going to have to try and remember what they were. Which is great, because brain power. Hmm.
why doesn't Heine want us to know?
He will chip in and say, because it could affect your mind knowing and incapacitate you. Do you need me to explain what incapacitate means, Harper?
I know what incapacitate means. Isn't that like, I don't know, it feels like that's something that could be used against us at some point. Doesn't that seem like an important thing to kind of get out of the way?
People who would want to use it against you would just kill you rather than going down that method.
See your point? But then if we're just so easy to discard of, what's our real purpose being together?
Cephas will resume speaking. Like I said, your souls are linked to this. And it is pivotal that it is the three of you that are present to stop this from happening.
So are we like fighting with the power of friendship or something?
No, you're fighting with magic and guns and weaponry. ultimately, it doesn't actually matter if the three of you like each other. It's the constitution of the souls that you carry within yourselves that matter.
So I have more arms on the inside.
At that, Cephas does kind of narrow her eyes. Maybe. Maybe not.
I think that's as close as you're going to get to a yes.
So there's clandestine and Azael. Did I have a name?
She thinks very long and very hard as to how to answer that question. You have the name Astra, which you have given to yourself. That is your name.
Okay, well, I think I'm just gonna call the other me 6 arms the umbrella eater or something. I'm still thinking about it. But I mean, having a different name, and like I've already used cheese biscuit for the alias, and that took me a long time to come up with. So okay. So but like, why are our souls linked in the first place? Like, did 6 arms and clandestine and Azael, they were all just good friends, and they just decided to stop the stupid mask guy person, crystal head? I don't know, like why?
That is a simplified way of putting it. The last time this happened, the three of them were linked by forming a pact together. There were forces that are much more powerful than any of us in the room that sealed the pact and made it so that in any life cycles that continue on, there will be the three of you present at appropriate times should you be needed.
I'm going to look at Harper and just say, destiny.
Not about it.
Well,
You don't have to like it, Harper.
And I won't.
but you will help because you signed a contract.
Also, didn't say I wasn't going to help.
Well, let it be known you don't have a choice in the matter anymore.
Grand.
What is the plan at the moment? What are we doing? Are we supposed to find grass? Are we supposed to stop a ritual? You just seem to know everything and we know nothing.
There is a ritual that is being prepared that, yes, we will be stopping. That is what the rest of the team are preparing for. Now that the 3 anchors that you have destroyed are gone, they have a very short window to try and do what they're going to do.
So like when you say short window, like I'm guessing you don't mean a small, like a little window that I'm like do you mean
No.
like tomorrow? Like how do we know?
We expect that it will be tonight.
Oh,
Cool. That's so much time.
If you had any more questions, now would be the time to ask because we're looking at departing in roughly 2 hours.
I do have one more question.
Mm.
What the fuck does Cherry have to do with all this? Because they're shifty as fuck. You can't expect me to believe that that's not part of this fucking cosmic plan, conspiracy, whatever. Like,
Before you
You-
answer this question,
Mm.
I would have spent a lot of time looking at Cherry's eyes, right? You know, being in love and shit. It's horrible,
Mhm.
awful. Do they
Mhm.
look at all similar to Cephas's?
Vaguely, I would say. Not remarkably so.
Not remarkably so. Okay.
They're similar color, but their features are quite distinctly different.
Okay. Good to know.
I believe that that would be something that you would need to talk to Cherry about. It's not my place to disclose.
really,
Or
because
wrong.
Cherry will not answer my questions. I have tried.
Maybe because you're not
And if we
asking
have-
nicely.
I feel like we don't have that much time to be nice. And the fact that they're hiding things makes me even less likely to want to do it. I mean, you can go ask them if you'd like, if you want someone to ask nicely.
Why is it so important for you to know? They're helping us. Have you grilled Syl or Rohan? Or Scarlet? I mean, Scarlet would probably tell you. But
They didn't just show up. You'd never met them before that night that they showed up at the museum, correct? Art gallery?
right?
Same thing. And you don't think it's weird
No, people
that
meet
the
on the
first
internet
time,
all the time.
but the first time that they show up in person is in the middle of a
I
can't think
asked
of the
them
word
to
for it.
come. That's not that weird.
I am, again, just baffled at your lack of curiosity. But fine.
Just saying. Maybe you could try and be friends. Rather than rolling up with 20 questions.
I don't have time to be friends before I ask 20 questions. We have to stop an apocalypse
Then
in 2
why is
hours.
it important that you talk to them?
Because I don't trust them.
You don't trust me. Yet you're working fairly well with me.
I don't not trust you.
That's a lie.
No. I just don't like you.
Fair enough.
If you don't think it's important,
I don't.
we'll just leave it. But honestly, I feel like not knowing all of this is probably detrimental. But what do we know? I'm just gonna start ignoring Harper about. Good Lord, I can't talk today. About where the ritual is happening. What information do we have? Because I have none of it. Do you have like
It-
a game plan?
Yes, it will be at the Morn Woods. And most likely, we are going to have to fight our way in and get the three of you through to the altar.
Cool. And what are we gonna do? Oh God. what are we going to do when we get to an altar? Because our past reincarnations might have known what to do, but I don't know what to do. I've read about rituals, I've read about altars. They're not exactly my area of expertise.
I will be accompanying you, and I will help you as much as I can.
Does the altar need a friendship bracelet? I think you're supposed to give altars things. Like you leave them presents.
Offering. But
Oh,
it couldn't hurt. A friendship bracelet could definitely be an offering.
okay.
Although I think if we're stopping this, we're probably supposed to be stopping people making offerings rather than giving them ourselves.
Oh,
If you have time, we can always have one just as a backup in case we
okay.
need it.
Okay. Um, um, is it bad that all my crystals are gone? Should we keep an eye out for those, or will they have turned them into horrible men?
I think whatever they did with them, we're definitely going to find them soon.
Oh, hopefully not. Because I sliced a man and he was crystals on the inside, and they were not very fun colored. So I hope that they don't turn them into men and then make them, not colorful, because that is just a waste of good craft material.
Men do that.
I was merely going to say, I don't want to find crystals inside men, and then I was like, wait, I can't phrase it like that. I'm not here.
Do you have anything else that I could help you with, Luciana?
If we had more time, I could probably ask questions for a week, but I think we've covered everything important.
Right. Well, you'd see she thinks for a second and then will, for the first time with some hesitation, say, genuinely, I wish that none of you had to be involved in this. But unfortunately, that is a call that was not within my power to make. Your previous lives were incredibly committed people, and hopefully, they will offer some additional guidance to you when we make our way to the aforementioned altar.
Should we do anything to prepare other than bracelets?
I will simply let you know, and she looks to Luciana and Harper, that you have the soul of clandestine veil, and you have the soul of Azrael Merilia. And I need both of you to roll an act under pressure.
Ooh. I'm not good at that one. I feel like I
What is that
probably-
cool?
Yes.
That was nearly really cool. Didn't mean to say that. Oh. I went back to a page that just says in big titles Desi equals himbo. So
Very
that made
important.
me very happy.
I got a 5, but given the fact that you were like, hey, you may lose your mind if you have all of this information, as much as I would like an experience point, I'm going to use a luck on that to not fail and lose my mind. Even if that's not what's about to happen, I think I should.
Harper, what did you get?
I rolled 6 and a 4, and then I have +1, so I got 11.
2 full successes, 1 critical success. So, as you both hear the names, it is like a resonance. When Luciana, you were speaking with Clandestine, she had poignantly not mentioned her last name, and neither had Henry. There's something about having the full name that you have momentarily a very sharp pain in your head, and for a moment, your mind is cast back. The same thing happens for you, Harper, where hearing Azel's full name, your mind is cast back. And you are both standing in a clearing in the dead of night. There is chaos surrounding you. There's a third figure standing with you. Harper, that is all that you really see. Luciana, you see exactly the runes in the air that Clandestine is tracing with her hands, and you see the rune on the ground in the circle in front of her and which ones she eliminates. Both of you snap back to reality. And have a mild headache, but it subsides fairly quickly.
Great. Fantastic. Fun. I am going to, I don't know, grab a napkin or something. I feel like I'm not the kind of person that carries around a notepad in a pocket. And I'm going to try and write down everything that I saw. Or remembering. Specifically, like, probably more the runes that were being scribbled out on the ground. Which ones to get rid of?
Yes, sorry. Last very important detail for me to mention. Both of
Oh.
you see Luciana with much, much more clarity. Above the altar, there is a very large spectral figure with many, many arms, long clawed fingers that is being pulled. There's like ethereal chains pulling it out of the sky.
Doesn't seem good.
Did they look much like the I've forgotten the name again. Celestial priest? Not the celestial priest. The person in the picture
Oh,
that
the
we don't have a name
celestial
for.
spirit.
Spirit.
Definitely a similar vibe. That figure was standing with you.
Oh, okay, cool.
But definitely like a very, very similar vibe.
I just wanted to see if I was going to start making the assumption that Astra is going to try and kill us.
No, the figure was with you.
Okay. Oh, good. Oh, good. I don't want to fight Astra and their big dog sword. Like, I think
Not
we should
ideal.
just give up and accept the apocalypse at that point.
All right. Cephas watches closely at the both of you kind of flinch, then seems satisfied that you're not going to go insane or something, and kind of half dismisses the three of you, just like, well, need to prepare, so let me know if there's anything you need.
Do I not get to know my name? For reasons.
You did not have a name, Astra. That is why I'm saying that your name is Astra. You were simply referred to as the celestial spirit.
Makes me really, really sad. Like, out of character.
That just, well, I mean, that just seems impractical because, like, what if, oh, the celestial spirit, would you like a peanut butter sandwich? So, yeah, I think 6 arms is better. So, I mean,
What
less
if your name
arms,
is
but
like
better.
Spirit or something? Give yourself a name. Another one.
I mean, spirit sounds like a horse name.
Yeah, with music by Brian Adams.
Maybe I don't know. I'll think of something. I'll give me, but them, but me them a name. But I'm. This is very confusing. Okay. Okay. Well. Uh. Let's go prepare stuff. I guess.
Hmm.
I suppose.
As you leave the table, you can see Cephas resumes talking with Henry. Henry sits down next to her. She seems pretty content that it was the right choice to tell you guys because nothing significantly bad happened on telling you your names. As you walk away, all three of the order members that you have interacted with are still present in the room. Scarlet is doing some kind of weapons check. She has a large array of different arcane weapons in front of her, and is making sure everything is order. Sigil was behind the bar, writing out what looks like talismans, and Rohan is being cantankerous in the corner, flicking through some paperwork. And Cherry is also still by the bar, semi-disassociating. They have a drink that Sigil obviously paused for a moment to make them. Victor is just following after you as well, Luciana. They're not flying, they are just walking after you wherever you go.
I don't have weapons or anything to prepare, so I would like to go use that law library of mine one more time to try and figure something the fuck out. I guess it would probably be something like going through any kind of family journals or something.
So you're needing to go back to your apartment?
Yeah.
Yeah. As you are going to depart, Rohan, who is sitting at a table near the door, just looks up and is like, and where the fuck are you going?
Home.
No.
You told us we had 2 hours to prepare. I live like 20 minutes from here. I have things to prepare and I can't do it here.
Well, then I will take you because we are not risking you fucking off or getting stuck in traffic or something.
Equally
I definitely wasn't going to go fucking off, but I don't see how you're going to help with traffic. I don't need to be babysat.
Yeah, I'm not giving you an option here. Either I take you or you don't go.
Fine. At least I know that you're good at sitting quietly in a corner, so you shouldn't be a bother.
He stands up. Is anyone going with Luciana, or are you letting Luciana duck off and come back?
Gonna wave to Luciana. Have fun.
I think Astra wants to go so they can see what Luciana's house looks like on the inside. Just because they're like, I want to know everything about my friends. So it's like, can I come? I promise I won't do anything. I can just cartwheel outside. I just want to, just in case bad stuff happens.
I mean, maybe without the cartwheels. You
Okay.
can come.
Okay. I can lift things if you need stuff lifted. Like heavy books or whatever. Or reach high shelves?
Yep, that might be helpful. Yep, absolutely. There are definitely some high shelves. That'd be great.
You done? You ready?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
All right. As
Again,
you
don't have to come.
he just like is frustrated and doesn't say anything. And then we'll reach out and grab both of you on the shoulder. And you blink and you're standing in your apartment.
Okay, so we can avoid traffic. That's useful.
Well, hurry
Hmm.
up.
Nice trick. I'm going to wander off to my little library.
Yeah, he just immediately pulls out a cigarette and sits down, probably in your kitchen or something, and starts smoking.
You can't do that in here.
I didn't ask.
I'm going to like whisper to Victor. I'm like, can you take that? Put it outside. And then keep
Victor,
doing that.
Victor is just like eagerly just like salutes with a wing, and you see like creeps over as much as a bird can creep, and just up the runner on your bench just like latches on and sneaks up behind Rohan. And as he takes the cigarette out of his mouth, jumps up, grabs it, and runs to the window and flicks it out the window. All right. And he pulls out another one, and before he lights it, same thing happens where Victor's just like playing defense. He's like, do you have anything to drink then? I guess.
She's gonna like point to a drinks cabinet, but it's going to be like a mix of alcohol and random like potion ingredients basically, and just be like, try not to die.
Thanks. He will walk over and just start opening things and smelling them, and just mixing what he thinks is a drink, and sits down and sulks.
Astra, library, this way. And
Hey.
because this is technically it's a haven, it's not just a library. So it's supposed to be secret. It's like hidden behind one of those doors where you pull a book and it just wee. Because I personally have always wanted one of those. But Astra's gonna have to duck to get in there.
They're just like, like I think like when like in Beauty and the Beast, when like he gives Belle the library, I think that's Astra just like, wow, like Disney princess, having a moment. It's amazing to them. Everything's amazing. Um,
Sorry.
no, you're fine. Like Astra will probably like just wherever Luciana, like, oh, can you see if you see any books that say this, or like, oh, that high one up there, can you grab that? They're just like grabbing things, or like even if like a they don't know where things are necessarily. I feel like maybe not as useful as like a library catalog, but they're like a walking, talking library catalog. Like, yes, here's the thing. I bring it to you. I will go put it back over there. Blah blah blah. Whatever.
Luciana will occasionally like get them to grab a book that she knows is in a place that's kind of hard to find, just so that Astra has something to do. Like whether or not they're really relevant, just grab them. Maybe something that has a fun cover, just so they have a fun cover to look at. Partially to like keep them out of the way, and also because I love them and I want them to have fun.
All right. Are you looking for any information to know now, or are you just looking for anything useful to be of service for later?
Anything I have that will be useful for later regarding like rituals and how to
Mhm.
stop them. Not like
Yeah.
this specific one, just like
Yeah. Do
the
you
big
need
book of ruining people's fucking plans.
now? You don't need to roll, do you? You just need to spend time. I
Um,
don't think I have it on your sheet.
it says when you hit the books, take +1 forward to investigate the
Yeah,
mystery, as long as historical or reference works are appropriate.
beautiful.
Which I'm not entirely certain. That would be up to you. But I'm looking through like family stuff, and we've talked about having books about
Mhm.
rituals and stuff
Yeah.
before. So
Yeah, you do find you're kind of grabbing anything that you think would potentially have pertinent information. There are definitely a lot of things on rituals. Astras, they're grabbing things for you as you point them out. You will look at them and then just kind of put aside any that are more contemporary ritual stuff favoring the very old, dustier tomes that have been collected by your family over the years. While this is happening, Harper, what are you doing?
Definitely not picking things up off the ground.
I asked you just as you were
You
ducked
were
out of
like,
frame.
you've disappeared off frame. Time to ask you a question. I think she'd be hanging out with Cherry. Just trying to chat and wait. I don't think there's any like ritual stuff that she really wants to get into too much.
Yeah. Are you asking them anything particular, or are you just idle chit chat and the usual?
I think she would at this point be pretty used to asking questions about like, so like, what do you think's coming? Like, what's your sage advice kind of thing?
So, as you're going in conversation, kind of light-hearted stuff, the usual, and then kind of transition into not a more serious, but more pointed questions about the situation. Cherry pauses and looks a little bit sheepish and says, "See, the thing is, the reason that I didn't go with you with other things is because if I'm there, I can't see the future that involves me, uh, and I'm coming with you. So I can't give you all of those answers.
So like, you can't just be like, oh wow, like you're not coming with me, and then like, bam, you can see stuff.
I could, but then that will change. So I could give you misleading information that ultimately changes and then you die or something.
But I mean, I feel like, isn't misleading information better than no information?
That's a great question. No.
Well, like, I more mean, like, like, if we're gonna be walking into, like, a scorpion nest, it's not gonna, like, magically change into snakes, right?
That's true. But see, what could happen is I see a future where I'm not there and you just look, it's really complicated. I can tell you what. Oh, yeah, no, I just no, um no, I can't give you that information. I don't think. I think it would be a detrimental.
It would incapacitate me, in the words of the doctor. Is that what you're implying?
No, it it could just end up leading you to get killed, and then I don't know how I would live with myself if that happened.
What could be so misleading or leading to end up with me getting killed by not telling
Well,
me? I mean, by telling me.
because say I say I'm not going with you and you see a future of well, I tell you a future of the dangers that you're facing and how to avoid them, and then I go with you and say me being there draws like attention of something, or like you hesitate because I'm there, but I can't foresee that, and then that could end up causing an accident. It's better to go in cautious than be overconfident because I've given you information of how to get out of there when that information can change.
I get that, feel that, understand those vibes. Um, is there such a thing as an insight check in
You can roll sharp, and I will say with advantage because this is your guide.
fuck is it always my D6? It's just like, I don't want to be here anymore. Found it though. What does advantage mean again?
Just roll again.
So you roll twice again?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, let's go with the first one. What was it? Sharp?
Yeah. I will say that you can read a bad situation.
What's that?
The questions. So
Oh yeah.
the reminder if everyone doesn't have their sheets open to get them
That's
open.
correct. I always forget to open up the actual like official one. I'm wondering
They
like
are.
what base stat is it?
Oh, it's sharp. Sorry.
Oh, okay, it's still sharp. Okay.
So read a bad situation is also sharp. So you can read a bad situation and pick from the questions.
I rolled an 8, so I think either way it's just an 8 because I have 0 to.
Yes. So you can ask a question. I can read them out to you if you don't have it open.
I will just get it up now. I have the page open, and that was read a bad situation. Let's go with.
Or you can use investigate a mystery if you would like as well. Use them as a base framework for your insight question.
It's a very good question. I mean, I feel like. So, how does this work if I am basically vibe checking?
You could just say what's being concealed here.
Okay.
And then, so you're meaning like why they're acting shifty kind of thing, or like what vibe are you trying to check?
Okay. Okay. I can't think of anything that's not really slimy. I might just go with what is being concealed here. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. That just feels like
Yeah.
cop-out,
Well, you
doesn't it?
you can use that, and I can just give you a general if you can't think of like what specifically like pinpoint concealing you're wondering about.
I guess
So
the vibe that I'm
Mhm.
going for, and I think this might be a read a bad situation, but
Mhm.
bear with me.
Mhm.
I just am trying to wonder whether or not pressing Cherry will actually get them to say any more than what they already have.
So okay. I will say what happens. They look like they have your best interests at heart. They're not trying to conceal things for the sake of lying or not telling you, but they are worried about it being confronting information. So if you did ask them pointed questions, they would answer, and like pressing them will get answers. Their hesitancy and evasiveness is because they don't want to upset you before going into something very important.
When you say upset, though, is that because I am like what kind of vibe am I reading
So
here?
the things that have kind of triggered the biggest response for them have been anything to do with past lives and destiny and anything along those lines. So anything in terms of harm, you could press them and they will tell you what would happen if they weren't there. But they're worried it would be useless information that could possibly make it dangerous. Anything about themselves, they're worried about upsetting you in terms of like what they are. So that's why they're avoiding it. Because they haven't been directly asked by you anything about themselves. It's always been directed by other characters and has been dismissed by you, and you've said don't press it.
Okay. I think I have an approach.
Mm.
So like, you know when you watch some like romantic movies, right? Like we've at
I've
least watched
romance.
some like
Yeah.
And you know how like usually when there's this big really cool overarching story about like a bunch of heroes going off to fight a thing,
Yep.
and then one of them goes off and like does some kind of cool like heroic sacrifice, usually for like the love of their life or something.
Yeah.
You would tell me if there was something like that going on, right?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Like hopefully no one dies. Um in any of this.
Is
But
someone meant to?
no, um people could, uh if I don't go, there are multiple ways people could die, which is why I'm coming with you. And uh that's why I don't want to tell you what would happen if I don't go, because that could change.
So, do you have a past life?
I'm like sure I probably did at some point. Like, do you mean like um do you mean like you can see they're getting like really flustered with the line of questions, like maybe yeah, yeah, I mean if you guys did, I probably do, right?
You know that's not what I'm asking though.
Uh, yeah. Um
I'm not
I
trying to make you uncomfortable here.
yeah, totally comfortable. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Um yeah, I was there at the original ritual. Um
So, like, you're not a past life, you're a present one?
yeah. Yep.
Interesting.
Mhm. Yeah.
Well, that's not super weird. Tiny was there, and we both know what's going on with him.
Mhm.
Interesting. I do have a slightly off topic question.
Yeah.
Did you have the
Shoot.
hots for a priest?
Yeah, I might have. Mhm.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I will consider that line of questioning for later.
Mhm.
Does that mean that I'm just some part of predetermined destiny that we end up being a thing?
No, because um you are you, and you might have Azael's soul, but that is not what I fell in love with.
Cute. Okay. And how did that end? Past life implies died. So was that a ritual thing or
No, Clandestine and Azael lived out their natural lives, and the celestial spirit returned back to the celestial plane, and I was just I'm sure like Cephas was filling you guys in on stuff, and I'm sure they mentioned that the ritual meant that the three of you would be together at the right time. But your soul didn't reincarnate until now, because that was when you needed to be here. So I was just waiting for you because I promised Azael I would.
Right. So I held things up? Or do you mean like we held things up? Like us is like the three of us held things
No,
up.
so Clandestine reincarnated a bunch of times, but she was really extra anyway, so I think that she just wanted to like get the most out of whatever. But you guys weren't needed, so Azael was always really sensible and duty bound, so probably didn't reincarnate until now. And the trigger was Astra getting summoned.
So I wasn't a priest until Astra was summoned?
Souls that were in your body didn't realign and awaken until that point.
It feels like a bowel movement. Okay. Think I'm getting it. So you need to be there because you promised the priest that you would be there.
Yes.
What do you need to do?
Help you get to the altar.
We get to an altar and we do what?
That is the witch's job. And then you need to speak the right words, and you know that when you get there.
Right, so my job is just to stand around and look pretty. That's good. I am good at doing that. What about Astra?
That is an interesting question. Okay, you cannot tell them because it is kind of like Astra is like so it went wrong, the summoning ritual, when they tried to summon Astra. The celestial spirit was summoned correctly initially and is a part of a bigger thing. So Astra is kind of they're a celestial being, okay? I think that like covers
Right,
it. But
we've seen
yeah.
the weird skin thing, the stones. I think that's not outside of the realm of possibilities. Makes sense. I think. But what does that mean?
It means that we need them to get properly restored. Otherwise, they are going to keep corrupting faster and faster, and eventually they will lose sense of themselves, and that will be really, really bad.
Right. So the whole stone thing is a corruption thing? It's like them being sick?
No, yes, kind of. They would just do that. The Celestial Spirit did some weird shit when they were here. But
Right. Okay, so that's normal.
but it is a byproduct. They probably do it faster than they need to.
Right. Okay. So we need to get Astra all back together, all six
Yeah.
arms, all whatever other appendages that they had, and then they'll be fine.
Yeah, if we get them back to the altar and the ritual happens, they will be fine.
So that will fix whatever fuckery is going on.
Yes.
And what are we doing about the... Hang on, what the fuck are they called again? The...
Amity?
Yep, that's one.
Yeah, you are not going to do anything about them. The Calamity's probably, they kind of like look over at all the guns that Scarlet is dealing with presently, and they're like, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Right, so we don't handle them, they handle them, and then we just get Astra arms, and then everything will be fine. So that'll just stop everything weird that's happening
Yes.
just by helping Astra get
Yes.
arms. Obviously, that's oversimplifying it.
Okay.
But
yeah, the arms are an added benefit. We just need to get Astra to the altar.
okay. I still don't super understand your role in it, but you'll let us know when we get there, I guess.
Look, I am just here to guide the process. My role really isn't that big. You don't have to worry about it. It'll be fine going in. But I just need to go with you.
I mean, I would prefer that anyway. So, all fine with me. Also, I told Luciana back off. I don't know what's up her ass. She's just incredibly suspicious and yeah, I just don't know.
It's fine. Probably better to be a bit suspicious in these situations.
She could be a little less suspicious, but that would imply that, she at all... she said she doesn't like me.
Damn, I wouldn't have picked up on that. It is roughly at this moment that the three of the others, Rohan, Luciana, and Astra, reappear back in the space. Not right next to you guys, roughly near the door where they had teleported from earlier. I need Astra and Luciana to roll Act Under Pressure for me, please.
I have a question, just quickly.
Yes.
I leveled up just before when I was dumb, which was I chose to make. I don't know if you heard that. My cat's yelling. Um, Bill, dude, she's anyway. I'm trying to concentrate, and she's just yelling. I made 2 more of the basic moves advanced, including act under pressure. Would that? I mean,
Yes. Yeah, I
okay.
would say, although Luciana was giving tasks, I feel like you probably had ability to have equivalent of a short rest while Luciana was reading through books.
Okay. I imagine I was just poking my head in and just like grinning at Rohan, and he's just like, "Oh my god, leave me alone." And they're just like, "Wow, friends, hi."
Yeah. Yeah. Rohan did try and light a cigarette again after everyone left, and Victor did steal it again and throw it out the window. So your
Excellent.
apartment is safely smoke free. But yes, Act Under Pressure from Astra and Luciana.
I only got a 4. I don't want to use another luck, and I only have 1 wisp thing, and that would only take me up to 6 anyway, so that would be a fail.
That's a fail. Mark experience.
I'd rather win.
Oh my god, why can't I count? Wait, 8, 9, 10, 11. I got an 11.
Okay.
Jesus.
Astra, you feel great. Nothing going on. Luciana, as your feet touch the ground of Viridian, you look up and you have an intense sense of vertigo and a sharp pain in your stomach, and you throw up.
Can I aim it at someone? Can I aim it at Rohan's shoes?
I'm gonna say, look, a 4 is a pretty big fail. I'm gonna say that he at least gets to roll to try and move out of the way. He got a mixed success, so he does back up, seeing you kind of start convulsing and knowing what's coming, but the splatter hits the ground and it does still get the cuff of his pants and his shoe a bit. And he just shrugs, kind of flicks his foot. You can see one of his sleeves is rolled up and he's just wiping blood off his arm as he walks over to the bar to talk to Scarlet and Sigil.
Look, I'm gonna follow him to get a drink to get that taste out of my mouth, but not because I'm following him, and I am not going to apologize because it's his fucking fault that happened.
Yes, and as everyone is back in the bar, Cephas comes over. Says, well, I hope everyone has prepared adequately because we need to leave. And that is where we're going to have our break for tonight. So, question. Does anyone have a delicious little question they would like to ask?
If we have to have someone kiss Scarlet, who do you think should do it?
Okay, that's a very important question.
It's a good
So,
question.
who would be in charge of, or have privilege, I should say, not in charge of, kissing Scarlet? And with that, we will be back shortly.
Bye bye. plan. Hello.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a good break. We did, and now we're ready to get back into it. We left off as everyone is getting crowded into cars to go to the Onwards, a place that Astra is familiar with, but may not have the greatest recollection of / memories of. But Luciana is quite familiar and has been there before, having seen the summoning ritual of Astra take place. It is a reasonable drive out. It is very, very late. There's not a lot of traffic on the roads. All of the Order of Resplendence members are quite solemn and quiet on the drive, as is Cherry. Any of you are welcome to try and speak to them. If not, you will roll straight to the Morn Woods.
Let's roll.
Let's roll. Rolling out to the Morn Woods. So this is further out than the forest that the party had previously visited. It is all still technically connected, but this is much, much further from the city limits. This very long, sprawling forest. As you approach a clearing to park, you notice that there is no longer any signage. There's no longer any streetlights for a very, very long time. You had turned out onto a dirt road and had been going for a while, and eventually you were just weaving through trees slowly in the vehicles until the forest got simply too thick for vehicles to safely navigate through. Parking, everyone files out, and the party is informed, unsurprisingly, to be cautious as they move forward, taking care not to make sound wherever possible. You walk for a good 20, 30 minutes. You can see it's getting closer and closer to the witching hour, and it is a very, very dark night. Surprisingly so, because you had been out in the evenings previous, and with the moonlight and the starlight, it had seemed fairly reasonably lit. But as you are getting closer to what you assume is the destination of the altar, it's like lights in the sky have dimmed. Anyone think that they would have any astronomy knowledge?
Astrology expert here, but not astronomy.
Specifically asking for astronomy.
I mean, I don't know that Astra has any knowledge about anything. Like, I might know just like not like intelligence, like wisdom, you know.
I would say roll weird, Astro.
Okay.
I'd say
You
Astra
are
probably.
from the start.
Yeah, I would say Astra's the only one that might have an inkling of something.
Ooh, big money. Okay. Good dice. Weird. So that is 13.
13. So looking up, you've never really been one. You not really like star charting or anything like that. Stars are cool and stuff, but you got better things to do, like pet dogs and bake and do fun things and do art. But as you look up, you do get just a weird sensation that things are missing almost from the starry sky, or the slightly less starry sky than it would be. Like constellations are missing from above where you're walking. As you're continuing on, it gets to a point where Cephas will turn to three of you and say, the most important thing going forward is that you stay with me and keep moving. No matter what you see or whatever is happening around you, you need to keep going forward. Do you understand me?
What if one of the others needs our help? Like they need.
You need to keep going forward, Astra.
How are we going to know what forward is? I'm not exactly a star charter.
You will be following me.
Right. Okay.
I don't think being a star charter would help anyway because some of them are gone.
Which is why we need to hurry.
Okay.
Okay.
As you keep walking a little bit further, you can hear what sounds like some kind of conflict further ahead. You get closer and closer and approach the tree line into a big clearing. As you look through, there are several people that you don't recognize, but have a similar vibe, aesthetic, to order members that you have already encountered. Things like similar outfits and also, most poignantly, weaponry that you have seen before, runic weaponry, that you've seen Scarlet and Sigil holding previously, and Rohan. I think you've seen all of them with the arcane guns before. Swarming through the clearing are dozens of the desiccated wraith-like corpses that you had seen previously in different encounters. Most notably, the first one against the marionette. As the chaos starts unfolding around you, Sigil, Rohan, Henry, and Scarlet form the semi-perimeter and step through and break into the clearing. All of them rifles up, and anytime attention is drawn to you, there is a quick succession of shots, and they are moving in a very practiced manner. As they move forward, that as lighthearted as some of the individuals in the group are now all very, very serious, and you can see there's a job to do and they are committing to do it. I would like, as you're moving forward, everyone to roll me and act under pressure.
8.
8.
This one has consistently rolled low all night, so we're replacing them.
13.
13.
Hang on. My one dice has decided that it doesn't want to be with me anymore. It rolled the first one and then it was like the second one. Ain't it? Act under pressure is cool.
It
Yep.
is.
Oh, I think I have +1. I have +1. Yes, I do. Haha. That is exactly a 7.
7. All right. As you're moving through, Astra, you are smack bang in the middle next to Cephas as you're walking through. Both Luciana and Harper, as you are stepping out to the clearing, both of you with the uneven ground step forward and have to kind of deviate around what your trajectory. As you do so, Taloned hands lash out at both of you, and both of you take 1 harm. As this happens, for Luciano, Sigil turns and shoots the wraith that had struck out at you inside the head. And Harper, Rohan, does the same for the one that attacks you.
I don't.
Do I
Oh,
take that damage?
You can roll for it.
Okie
If you
dokie. What do
would
I
like.
roll for that again?
It is weird to use your guide ability that you have attained.
Okie dokie.
Oh, one damage. No, you have your necklace. The gift from your guide. No, you do not take that. It slashes through and cuts through your cardigan. Your cute outfit is ruined, unfortunately.
Oh, the
Um,
worst thing that could have happened.
But you do not take any harm. Luciana, you do unfortunately take the harm.
I don't know
I'm
if
just
it's
special.
relevant, but
Mhm.
because Act Under Pressure is one of my advanced moves. So it
Yes.
says you can choose either to do what you wanted and something extra, or to do what you wanted to absolute perfection. I know it's like more of like a help out or protect someone thing, but
Mhm.
could I choose to like do what I'm doing and help Luciana keep her
I'm
feet, or
Yes, something else was going to happen. I'm going to say for this first one, you can use your something else to pull Luciana out of the way.
okay?
Same thing happens, Luciana. Unfortunately, the sleeve of your blouse is ripped. As if you had been standing in that position for a moment longer, you would have had your arm shredded by one of these things. Uh, Moving forward again with more haste, I would like. Um, Everyone to roll active under pressure one more time for me.
Oh, that's better. Firing that other dice.
A weapon.
11.
Uh, 10.
10.
Why can't I do maths today? Jesus. Or
I can never do it, so
8. There we go. Oh my god, that took me way too long.
I just rolled a 6 and a 4, so I was like 10, baby.
Easy. Wait, sorry, that was so 10, 10, oh no, 11,
'cause of the
10,
one
and
before,
Astra,
yeah.
sorry, what was that?
It was an 8.
8. So walking through this time, Astra, having pulled Luciana out of the way, the attention that was drawn to your group, through no fault of anyone's necessarily, but all of a sudden a larger group is moving through this space compared to the scattered few other individuals. You are beset by an increased amount of these creatures, and one of them does manage to break through the ranks as the four at the front are firing proficiently and accurately, but you just being swarmed, and reaches over to latch on and bite on to your arm, Astra. As it does so, Cephas steps in between the two of you and pulls out a knife and stabs it through the base of its mouth into its head, and it collapses. She barks some sharp words at her companions that are forming the vanguard, and the formation tightens slightly as you're moving through. I need everyone to roll one more act under pressure, this time with disadvantage.
Would did I take any harm from the
You
bite?
didn't.
I didn't? Okay, because
No.
I have 2 armor anyway, but I was like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
so
can I
it wouldn't have
roll?"
done any damage to you anyway, but
Okay.
Whoa. That was a 6 and a 7. So plus 1 though, so 7 and 8. But oh.
With disadvantage, you said?
disadvantage.
Do we re-roll both dice or just one dice?
Both dice. You do 2 separate rolls.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay, so
if
my
we
first
were just
one.
taking the lowest dice, I would have been fucked.
I was tempted to do that, but it's kind of very mean with the disadvantage. Advantage is great if you do it that way. The disadvantage is very harsh.
Yeah, so mine is a 5.
5. So pushing through this last one. Sorry, Astro?
I also got a 5.
No.
Ooh. That has to be snake eyes for Astro, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Little
Yeah.
bitches.
Sorry. pushing through this final swarm, you're just getting beset by, from all sides of these creatures. Kind of now that you're moving through to the center of the clearing and have pushed through and are just making it to the other side, you are completely surrounded. As the 4 around you, and even Cherry as well has pulled out a rifle, firing off. There are just simply too many of them, and they break through. And 2 go to attack Astra, 2 go to attack Luciana, and 1 goes to attack Harper. Harper, you are grappled by 1, but it doesn't seem to be able to find purchase, like it is confused. Same thing happens to Astra. 2 latch onto you, trying to bite through your arm, but finding no purchase. Luciana, unfortunately, does get beset and takes 1 harm from each, so that is 2 harm. As this is happening, you see my dice roll. You see Henry and Scarlet get swarmed by about 6 or 7 each, and get broken off from the main group. Rohan, Sigil, Sepher, and Cherry managed to dispatch the group of them that are attacking you guys. And Cephas is yelling for you to move forward and keep going as she strides ahead of the 3 of you and keeps moving to the other side of the clearing.
Well, I'm going to keep
Yeah.
going.
I guess we keep going.
I don't know if it like my temptation is like I'm like could I use mayhem to throw a tree at them, but I don't want to like just kill Henry. Like he is the constitution of a leaf. Could I try to protect someone and take a little bit of the pressure off them from afar? Like distract them and get them to come towards me and be like, "Hey, idiots, I'm the hot slice."
I will let you roll charm. Try and see if you can convincingly cause a distraction.
Okay. This is gonna go really well. Okay. Come on. I'm using my pink dice. Harper charm. Come on. 6.
Yeah, unfortunately, over just the cacophony of sounds and fighting and everything happening, they are very much set on attacking the individuals that they are respectively attacking, and none of them do peel off, unfortunately. You get a firm yank on your arm and turn and see Sigil is yelling at you to keep going. As he tries to shove you in front of him, so that he and Rohan can bring up the rear as everyone is trying to exit the clearing.
Faster we get out of here, the less danger everyone else will be in. They can go off and deal with that later. Our
I don't
job
want
is
Dr.
just
Henry.
be fast.
I don't want Dr. Henry to die or get stabbed again. I don't like
think
this.
we can't control if he gets stabbed again. He just has a really stabbable self. But, like, if we want to help him, we just need to keep moving.
I'll keep walking. Astra's not happy about it. They're still like, they're like this close to like throwing a tree. Like they're just like. He sent me a dancing lady emoji.
I'm all for,
We are best friends.
Astra bowling. It's fine.
Oh my god.
As you step through into the next larger clearing, it is eerily empty. You can see in the center there is an altar with a single figure standing, arms raised up into the air. Luciana would recognize the glyphs and sigils that are surrounding them on the ground as a very familiar summoning circle from both Astra's summoning and, more importantly, the one that you saw in the flashback vision. The figure doesn't respond to the group of you entering, but a streak of light whips out and strikes Cephas in the shoulder. And you can see buried deep into the muscle of her shoulder is a dagger, and it is sparking with electricity. She stumbles before gritting her teeth and reaching up and pulling it out, flicking at the ground. Emerging out of the shadows near you is a familiar but would be easily forgettable nondescript white man of Grasp.
That was meant to be a groan, and then it got interrupted halfway through, and it sounded really fucking weird.
You can see as Grasp emerges, 3 other Grasps also emerge with him.
What's worse than a white man? 3
4
more.
nondescript white men enter. You can see Sigil visibly bows and reacts to the presence of this individual as he steps forward with Rohan and with Cherry, and Cephas once again says to the 3 of you, we need to go. We need to keep going. And holding her shoulder, she pushes forward.
Is that not exactly where we're heading, though?
So this is, you've got the clearing.
Yep.
Altar in the clearing. The Grasps have come out from the side.
So
It's
we're
like they
basically
were.
walking towards them, right?
You're walking kind of parallel to them.
Right.
So Sigil, Rohan, and Cherry have split off from the 3 of you. And Cephas is leading you slightly, like veering away from those 3.
But going more directly towards the altar.
The altar, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if this is gonna. Okay, if I can,
Mm.
if I have enough time, I don't know. This is what I'm thinking. My brain is like, if you kill the real grasp, they all die, and maybe that's not how it works, right? Like a lich, you have to get the phylactery, and that. So, would I have time to try if I tried to use tune in and use my kind of weird like psychic things that Astra does from
Yeah.
time to time to try and see if I can hone in on which one is the real
You know
one
what?
so I can give the others a heads up?
I am going to say that you're more than welcome to do that.
Okay. Those root dice are going away. Okay. Oh, you fucker. All right. That is okay. It's 6, but I'm going to use my last Will o' the Wisp charge, so that's plus 2. So 8?
Yes.
Okay.
So let me just. I believe it can be you get the correct sense, but big bad monster boy knows your presence. Yes. So as you tune in, you can see very clearly the leftmost grasp has the similar weird smoky tendrils that you had seen with the marionette that are trailing out and connecting to the other 3 grasps. As you do this though, one of them unnaturally the head snaps and looks towards you. and the same really disconcerting smile spreads over their face as they specifically notice you, Astra. And there's that same weird kind of sense of reverence almost in their face. As this happens, 3 of them lunge out to engage in combat with the 3 that had broken away from the group, and the one that you know is a clone darts forward directly towards you.
Hell yeah.
A sword outstretched.
Cool.
It is not it's not the real one, but it
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, as it's grinning at me, I'm just gonna give it a peace sign, like "What up, bitch?" And then I'm gonna yell to the others, and I'm gonna say, whoever is,
So it's engaging with Sigil is
okay,
the real one.
okay. Then I will say, like, Sigil, that's the real one. That's not the Crystal Man. He's real. He's a real boy.
Father, let's see.
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna help. I don't know if it works like I think it does, but maybe it's fine.
You
Never
definitely
mind.
see a response from Sigil. He was already seemed to be eager to be engaging in combat with his arch nemesis once again. But you can see an increased fervence almost in his emotions. And you see as you call this out, he makes a few gestures and then puts his fingers up to his mouth and whistles sharply. And out of the space next to him, a big spectral wolf jumps forward, almost like it is translucent in its body, but filled with constellations. So all of the points and joints are highlighted with faint glowing lines connecting all of them. And it lunges forward and latches on to Grasp that you know is the real one. As this is happening, though, another Grasp is running at you with a sword. I will allow you to act under pressure. Technically, I don't need to give that to you, but I am just great and generous, and I'm going to let you do that.
You are the big rat who makes all the
I'm
rules.
the big rat.
Act under pressure. Okay, that's another 8.
8. So as they swing up, you can see that with their strike, they were going to try and unbalance you. And you do get unbalanced, but you're able to stumble back. And a slash that was intended to, by the looks of it, pierce you into the ground and kind of stop you from moving, instead slashes across you, dealing 3 harm. Not ignore armor. So any armor that you have would block a part of the damage.
Cool. That's fine. It's chill. It's chill bananas. Well, I guess I need to get rid of him before we can keep walking, huh?
Probably. Cephas doesn't look happy. Cephas is yelling something, but you are engaged in combat, and it's kind of hard between not losing balance and getting slashed across the chest to gauge. The other 2 of you do realize that she is still insisting on moving forward, but has also resigned to the fact that you need to stop this one grasp that has broken through the ranks. What is everyone doing? She's urging still the 2 of you, Harper and Luciana, to go forward, but she seems to be going back for Astra.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop. I might not turn around and go back, but I would like to try and use one of my ropes to throw some fire at
Yeah, absolutely.
the grass.
So roll weird to kick some ass, I believe it's for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 and 3, and let me scroll up. I think it's an add 3 for weird. Yes. So 11.
Beautiful. You sent me this road, didn't you? This
Yes,
is
it's the
which one?
fire starter. I can send it. I can just copy paste and send it.
Oh, yeah, that'd be
No,
great.
it won't let me do that. I will
Okay.
screenshot it.
I
To
would
you.
just sick.
I'll just screenshot you the whole page actually. This should work. Going. There we go.
Okay. Yes, lovely. So you see as the fire lashes out and strikes Grasp on side of the head. And as that happens, you can see there is a slight recoiling, not necessarily in pain, but like it definitely does some damage. It doesn't just glance off. And where the fire sticks, you can see the skin start melting away to reveal a dark crystal skull beneath.
Real gross, but I'd like to keep one of those and like stick it on a shelf somewhere. Like both as Luciana and as me. I think that would be fun.
Perfect. As this happens, what are you doing, Harper?
Specifically because there is a question I want from it.
Mm.
I would like to channel my powers of an empath.
Very good.
Grasp being a generic white man.
Mm-hmm.
Think I could get some empathy for that. Essentially, what I'm trying to do is I want to see if I can potentially work out what's going to distract it.
Okie dokie. Well, roll weird.
Yep. I might roll charm if that's okay.
That is
Like, you know, the
fine.
using the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Stress. Wait, no, that's really good because it's +3. So
Hmm?
5 and 4 is 9, +3 is 12.
Beautiful. Did you take advance?
I did take advance for charm.
Okay. Did you take advance for empath? Because you have to take advance specifically for empath.
Well, this is specifically a pararomantic move, not a weird one. Does that make sense? Hopefully. 'Cause it is actually...
were you not using your alternative weird move?
Nah, I have an ability also called Monster Empathy.
Okay,
which
yes.
is
Okay.
even more tricky.
Sorry,
which
I
actually
thought
is
you were
also a
using
charm.
empath.
Yeah, I just realized they're
Um,
both named exactly the same thing.
No, that's fine. There's no advanced on
no, it's
Monster
not.
Empathy, but that is fine. I get what you mean now. Yes. So what would distract it? So it seems like the sole purpose, one definitely was interested in Astra, and they were interested in not letting Astra get to the altar.
Mhm.
So removing Astra from there would definitely distract it, but in the sense it would follow. There's not really anything that would distract it from Astra. Astra's the priority, and now that they've noticed Astra, they're pretty set on getting them. But dispatching this one grasp would stop the others. The others are all engaged in combat, so that would be enough that the others wouldn't take note. Or really the only other thing that is not distraction but would kind of stop them is attacking the original grasp and incapacitating, killing them.
Sick. Okay. But we're heading towards an altar, right?
Yes.
I have a fucking like keychain to try and attack with, so that's not really gonna work. But we're heading towards this altar, right? There is someone at the altar. That was what you said?
Yes. There's someone arms upstretched.
But they're not like looking at us or anything like that.
No, they're not turned back and looking.
Obviously I'll hold my question, but
I
Mhm.
don't know what I'm gonna ask because it's not really gonna work. This is probably a really terrible idea, but how far away are we from the altar?
You probably like you could get there in quote unquote around. You're
Yep.
like a couple of meters, like well, probably like 4 or 5 meters away.
Okay. All right. Grass seems dangerous. Man with arms does not seem as dangerous. Because he's just chanting. How dangerous can religious people be? I think
What a fucking question.
uh I want to try and I guess try and draw attention by going
Mhm.
full pelt towards the altar.
Okay.
I just don't know how much I can do in a turn, I guess. I just don't want to take too much
Yeah,
time.
so
So I
you
can just
you
head
can
towards it if
get
you
to
want.
the altar, but then we will pick up back from uh well, Cephas has to have her turn.
Yep.
Um she as she closes the distance between her and Astra, um she pulls out two dagger hilts from in her coat. Her tattoos light up down her arms, and two celestial looking blades like extend out of the hilt of the daggers in a similar way that Sigil's wolf seems to be made up of constellations, um, and that kind of ethereal space effect. So are these daggers. And she strikes the grasp, one under the jawline, and the other into the clavicle to try and kind of pull apart. It seems to do some pretty significant damage, but it is still single-mindedly going for Astra. It does kind of retaliate in like a slash to try and shrug her off. And she does get caught by the blade. It doesn't seem to do as much as you would have thought. Astra, similar to you, where like for such a big blow, it didn't do much. Similar kind of vibe with her, but it does do some damage. Now it is Astra.
Okay. Can I throw it free at it or throw it into it free?
You are now in the clearing and you would have
Okay.
to walk back to the edge to get a tree, which you can do if you want to.
Okay. Well, I mean, I suppose it's not like D&D where they get attacks of opportunity, but I just don't want the other grasps to see me. And I'm a tall, colorful pinwheel. Huh. Hmm, 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 hmm. Hmm. um, okay, maybe, all right, maybe this is, all right, just to keep it easy. I will, sort of reach my hand up and like summon my sledgehammer because I just have a bad feeling about getting out my big sword right now. I feel like that's gonna draw even more attention. I feel like so. Just yeah, like little black hole. Just like pull the sledgehammer out of a line and space because I'm so cool, Mister Hitty. And I'm gonna try and twirl it around, take a swing, and kind of like baseball bat sledgehammer its head
Yeah.
off.
Roll kick some ass.
Okay. So many of I was doing so well, and they've all turned against me. So I don't know what conspiracy is going on in my dice tray right now. Oh, you little bitch. Okay. Cool. That is. Oh boy. Um. So that's 3 plus 3. That's a 6.
Do you have any of your will-o-wisp charms? But let's
No, I
go
have
then.
3 luck points. I feel I have. We got to get moving. Damn it.
Look, you don't. Hey, it is what it is. Sometimes you swing and your giant sledgehammer slams into the ground and shows the impressive damage it would have done to a person had it hit a person by shattering the ground open.
I'm just gonna take my little experience point and be happy with that, I think. Cool.
You do take one more harm as there's a retaliation from it. Actually, you know what? You are in luck. As you swing, Cephas, who still had a blade in one of sides of this grasp, pivots and pulls the dagger out and kicks them in the side, and they stumble, and she helps out, and the hammer collides with the side of the head. How much damage is your sledgehammer?
It is 3.
3. And with that, you cleanly connect, and the head caves in, and this grasp is laying crumpled on the ground. Cephas does take the retaliation hit in your stead, and she's looking a little bit rough after the dagger and then the previous attack and that one. But her face is as apathetic as always as she grabs your arm and yanks and pulls you towards the altar.
Okay. Just sort of, it's like doing a little run. You know, like when you're crossing the road and you're trying to be quick and you're just like, oh my God, I'm sorry. Just kind of, sorry, I just wanted to help. Okay, I'm going. Yeah.
Very good. She's not saying anything. She's just grabbing your wrist and dragging you. Luciana, are you heading to the altar now?
Yeah, I'll follow Harper.
Beautiful.
I got my little pew in, and I'm assuming that I'm seeing that this is going better. So
Yes.
now we're going to stop Harper dying.
Yes. Speaking of, the fire is slowly spreading down the crumpled corpse of the fake grasp and just setting fire to it. So that's burning softly in the background as you go. As the rest of you are clearing the distance to the altar, Harper, what are you doing?
I'm gonna stab the guy with my weird keychain because he's
Yep.
not looking, and I wanted to draw as much attention to us as possible because this is where we need to end up anyway.
You do not need to roll because it is a surprise round, essentially. How much damage does
It's a one harm fucking
harm?
multi-tool.
Hey, you run forward and stab with confidence and are rewarded with the definite sensation of it going into something soft and yielding that might be flesh. You can't quite tell under the folds of the robe. This creature does not react.
Sick.
And keeps chanting, seemingly unfazed by you stabbing it.
Fuck am I gonna do? Read its feelings to find out if it hurts? Like,
I mean, you have a question held still, don't you?
I do, but I assumed that was directly to the creature that I kind of cast it at, if that makes
I'm
sense.
going to say that these are both equivalent to minions, so you can direct it at this one if you want.
I mean, I think I can guess what it desires. Except as good enough for now is probably finishing what it's doing. Distracting sounds like a good idea.
So to distract it would require actively fucking with the summoning circle, which requires magical talent.
I don't
it
know
is
how to
not
do
something.
that. What if I
Yeah,
try?
it is not something you can cut through or kick out or like erase. It is a magically embossed circle.
At lack of that, and at lack of trying to stab it and not working, I'm going to attempt to like shove. It's not going to work because I have no strength at all. -1 tough, baby. Arms like noodles, but I'll still try it.
You can roll kick some ass to try and
It's gonna go terribly. Watch this be the worst roll of the night. That's 2 5s, which is 9 because I have -1.
You got -1. I'm gonna roll for them. Unfortunately, just on the dice, that's an 11. So
Hey, I didn't fail, so that's still a win in my book.
you don't hurt yourself in doing so. They do not turn and retaliate at all, but they also do not budge, and it is mildly humiliating as everyone is approaching and saw you try and hip and shoulder this thing, and it didn't move. But a valiant effort.
You can just see the little dangling like pom-pom thing from the multi-tool just hanging out the back.
as the rest of you clear the distance, the circle fully lights up, and you hear a resounding crack of thunder. And as you look up, you can see it is like a seam is appearing in the sky above the altar. And first, one set of fingered claws start pulling it open, then another joins it, then another, till eventually there are 10 hands or 5 pairs of hands tearing through this veil and opening a portal, for lack of a better description, in the sky. As this happens, chains erupt out of the ground from around the circles, spectral chains, and start wrapping around the wrists of this creature in the sky, further pulling it out of this rift. You hear a discordant cacophony of sounds, a mixture of wails and screams to roars and growls, as this creature is pulled further and further out of this portal until a torso is revealed, and in total you have 12 arms of this creature.
So, in other words, it has at least 2 pairs that it can hand to Astra.
Surely.
This is just, excessive. Astra can have some of them extra. If we're at the altar, I would like to try and imitate the fucking with the circle that
Mhm.
I saw. I don't know if that's a roll thing or.
Yes. So, you start doing that, and you know that you're going about the motions and using the correct words and writing the correct symbols. However, you know that you are lacking a component, which is a prayer being recited by a hallowed priest.
Did anybody tell Harper what the prayer is?
Apparently, I'm just meant to know or something.
As the frustration is building, Harper, I need you to roll weird for me.
Double threes is not great, but I have +2. Weird. Can I roll charm with? No, that's gonna make no difference. 6 + 2, 8.
Okay. So as you are standing there, you start speaking in a language you do not understand and you don't know where it's coming from.
See.
In the throes of your confusion, it is very halted and stilted, although slowly, as Luciana, can you roll weird for me?
Did you roll double threes?
Yeah.
You say? I also just rolled double threes, but I have a 3 on top of that, so mine is 9.
9.
Ah.
So as this is happening, you start going about the ritual again, and slowly, one by one, certain runes start disappearing out of the circle. You can see snapping and breaking. A couple of chains fall away from this creature that is bound in the sky. The individual that is standing in front of you all turns at this happening, and they very briefly take in the group of the 4 of you, including Cephas, before they take a half a step back, and it is like their person is sucked into a void and they extend up, and the creature that is in the sky, a crescent shaped mask appears over their visage, and 2 arms strike down towards the group of you. Uh, it causes 3 harm to Harper and to Astra. Luciana and Cephas for now are okay.
Is
I-
that ignoring armor?
That is not an ignore armor.
And I try to protect Harper.
I was gonna say I
You
might do
take
something
someone?
of my own.
We'll let
Oh,
Harper,
no.
Harper
Yeah.
react, and then yes, you're welcome to try.
So it's roll weird, but I can roll charm anytime I roll
You
weird,
control,
right?
yes.
It really feels like that feels very overpowered for that kind of thing. I just rolled a fucking 1, so I don't want to talk about it.
How you doing there, Harper?
That's some solid snake eyes right there.
Do you have
so-
luck, or if you have any will o' the wisp charges?
I have no will o' the wisp charges. I am up to. I've used 2 luck points, so that's not like the worst.
Do it.
We do only have this session left.
True,
Yeah.
true. Yeah, let's do it. Why not?
It's because I mean I've used 4 out of 7 if it makes you feel better. Like
That'll be what, 3? So
You're not doomed
that's
yet.
okay.
Astra, as you turn and look, you take the blow, but you are just built different, and it doesn't do as much impact as maybe it would to another person. But looking across at Harper, you instinctively go to react to try and shield her from what you felt would be a pretty devastating blow to the average person. As you do, though, you look across to Harper, and it's almost like a flicker, and Harper instinctively moves to one side and is smack bang perfectly in between 2 of the taloned fingers as it slams into the ground. Drawing up, I need a weird roll. Or act under pressure from Luciana and Harper to continue.
can I do anything to help at all, or like to smack this man, or
You can. So you saw with the successful application of what they were doing, chains disappearing. You can try and attack a chain. The hands are lifting up. You can try and strike the hands as they're pulling away. The main body of this creature is in the sky, so that is too far away to really attack directly.
okay. So just so I understand correctly, the
Mhm.
person who was doing the chanting, have they kind
Yes.
of merged with like whatever was being pulled through? Is that what's
It
happening?
appeared so.
Right.
They kind of like disappeared, like being sucked up into a void, and a mask appeared on the visage of this creature.
Right. Okay. Okay. Well, you guys have rolled, so you guys do what you're doing first.
I got 10 on weird.
Mhm.
If it made a difference which one I used.
Just checking that I can still use charm if I'm doing weird.
Yes,
So that would be 7 exactly.
lucky.
Ugh.
So Luciana, you feeling confident in what you're doing and going through the motions. Harper unfortunately falters a little bit. Although you don't understand what they're saying, you can hear a distinct hesitation and pause as they're going through the lines of the chant. In saying that, still you look and more of the runes disappear and 3 more chains snap and pull away. And dissolve into the sky. I need everyone to roll act under pressure for me as the creature recoils and lets out a very unnerving, discordant scream.
Yeah, sure.
That's a 5, so I think I'm going to scribble out my final wisp
Mhm.
so I don't fail. Wherever that is there.
I got an 8.
8 to mixed. Astra?
Why can't I do maths today? No, 10, 11, 12. I got a 12. Oh,
Nice.
Another. Well, I don't know if anything fancy is going to happen because it's advanced, but maybe it will.
Yes. Okay. So first, Harper and Luciana, you grimace and kind of bear the brunt of this scream. Your next roll, you'll take -1 on. Astra, you are able to shrug it off. Again, simply built different, and you are now immune to that effect of the scream. As this is all happening, Sepha steps forward and she starts a chant herself. You can see that she almost has to push through the arcane circle as if there's some kind of barrier. But with the work that the two of you have done already to weaken it, she steps through and assumes the position that the previous person had taken, arms outstretched. You can see all of her tattoos are lit up, and the constellation patterns on her arms are all moving as she chants. As this is happening, another hand reaches down and strikes toward her. She takes the blow and is able to continue going, but you can see that she is bleeding pretty badly. Not on her last legs, but is not in the best shape and will probably need to go to hospital after this, or some kind of pretty intensive magic. But she is gritting her teeth through it and continuing what she is doing. I need Harper and Luciana to roll another weird for me.
Okay.
Astra, were you doing anything when the hands were lifting up or trying to interact with the circle or the chains or anything?
Yeah, I think like when they do the scream, and I think Astra just yells back at it like, ah, like we can all do that. Good on you. You know, um, I don't know if it'll work if I could, because like I don't want to like hurt it because I know that it's like corrupted because it's me kind of. But my next thought was like to try and pull the mask off, but they're probably in the air, so I probably can't reach their face.
You can, in your scream, you can roll weird for me
Okay.
to try and resonate with this creature in the sky.
7.
You see there is a moment as you scream up at it, where now it has, of its 12 arms, 5 are free of chains, and you do see one of them reach up and latch fingers behind the mask and attempt to rip it off. Unfortunately, it does fail, but you can see there is some kind of resistance from this creature.
Okay.
What were the
Cool.
rolls? Remember, you take
11.
them, and that was with the -1. Oh, it's still a full success.
Yeah, that would be 9
I
with the
I did
-1.
have the 12 though, and I was like, oh, I got 12. Oh, -1.
Yeah. Yes. So again, you can see another 3 of the chains dissolve away. This round, this creature is still screaming and caterwauling, not directed at the 3 of you this time, though, as multiple of the arms start reaching out to its other bound arms, trying to rip free the chains that are wrapped around it. Cephas is still chanting, and one, and I need all 3 of you to roll act under pressure, as it has a sweeping arc of one hand coming down in a slashing.
8.
8.
8.
8.
12.
12.
Nice.
Astra, you feel an instinctive, almost as if there's a resonance with this creature, and you can see where it's going to strike, even though it is not wielding it itself. And you step forward and sidestep all damage. Unfortunately, Luciana and Harper, In an arcing sweep, these talons rake across the ground, and you both take 2 harm, ignore armor.
Can I do the thing again?
You can.
Okay.
Lucky you used luck, because otherwise, no, you would have had to avoid it.
I know. I actually rolled really well though, 6 and a 4. So then that's plus charm, which would
Yes.
be like 13. So
So
I
it's
think that's all good.
Yes. So again, you see Harper just kind of twist and move and is right in between the slashing claws as it goes through and is all right. Luciana, you do unfortunately take the hit.
I am unstable.
Oh no.
Very good. But gritting your teeth, I need both of you to, again, for me.
Oh, that was nearly going to be a 3-3 again. I was going to cry. That makes it 10.
10,
13.
Nice.
13. And with that, the final chains dissolve as the circle lights up in a different shade, this time a violet versus before it was like a sickly green. And the last of the chains dissolve away. You can see this time all 12 of the hands reach up around different parts of the mask, and it rips it from its face and discards it down towards the ground. As this mask, which is very large because it was on this massive creature that was in the sky, is coming towards the ground, it twists and warps and resumes the form of the figure that had been on the ground chanting and lands with a sickly crunch in front of Astra. Astra, you get essentially a surprise round on this creature as it lays prone in front of you.
I mean, hell, fuck yeah, dude. Like, I haven't done anything this round yet. So, yeah, I'm taking out Cynthia. Sledgehammer's gone by this point. Getting out the big sword, and I'm just gonna do a big slice. Well, I'm gonna try.
You do not need to roll for it. You just do
Oh,
it
okay.
because it's a
Cool.
surprise round.
Cool.
So how much damage does Cynthia do?
Cynthia, my beautiful giant space sword, she does 4 harm. She's also magic, just in case there's any trickery with that.
Yes, that is important actually. As you feel the sword sink in and pierce through a disconcerting sense, you have cut through flesh before, and this is too soft for flesh. It's like there is an absence of structure beneath it. So it is, I guess it is like cutting through flesh, but it's like cutting through just like a massive steak. There's no bone or substance. There's no like it's not good. It doesn't feel great, and you don't particularly like it. Not that you necessarily particularly like cutting people up, but this is just extra weird. And you pierce through, and you feel the ground under them yield as well as the sword drives through fully. You hear a squealing hiss, and hands reach up to try and grasp at your hands on the sword, and you can see that they are gnarled, warped, claw-like hands, similar to the wraiths, with more of a cosmic swirl under the skin versus the more lifeless, crystalline hands of these other creatures. As you pull the sword free, you hear a crunch and a crackle, which is weird because there didn't feel like there were any bones or anything in this. And from where you've pierced, it slowly starts caving in on itself. Think Wizard of Oz styled, where the Wicked Witch of the East, just the feet are just like goodbye, and it just curls in on itself. That vibe, but more sickening crunching and awful sound effects going with it. Until it shrinks up and implodes into itself, and just a mask with an incredibly bad vibe is left on the ground in front of you.
I've played Elder Scrolls. Masks are not a good time.
Yeah, Yeah, everyone who you know and love will forget who you are if you put it on, and you'll be the greatest thief to ever live, but have no loved ones to speak of.
Damn, dude. I mean, I'll pick it up. I'm assuming that it's like the flute, but worse, but also
Way
hot
worse.
fashion
Yes.
accessory. Yeah.
You pick it up and you realize that this isn't made of one of your crystals, though.
Wow, rude.
As all this is happening, the three of you kind of semi-collect yourselves as you watch this horrific little scene of this guy imploding in front of you. You turn and see Cephas seems to have completed her ritual that she was performing to whatever extent. The large, multi-limbed, kind of disembodied creature. So this is like a torso that had come out. They kind of just trail off into nothingness, where it's like, oh, it's condensed. Like you can see 3 dimension to going into intangible. That is what this creature is. An elongated torso with the many, many arms, but there's no legs to speak of or kind of lower body to speak of. As her hands are raised up and she finishes chanting, she turns and you can see that there is an unnatural glow in her eyes. Her tattoos still lit up. Uh, and this creature descends slightly, and you can see around Cephas there is an otherworldly glow and somewhat of a similar visage to what this creature looks like settles around her. And she speaks to Astra. You've done well, it seems, in your time here.
I think they're so shocked they go, ah, and then drop the mask very quickly and then just pick it back up and then, hello? Cephas? Thank you. What? Are you
Cephas.
Cephas?
Cephas will return when I am gone.
Oh, well, thank you. Hi, I'm Astra. Who are you?
You can see, like, you get a sense of the uh creature or celestial being in the sky is the one that is actually appraising you, but you can see Cephas's body also, or like her face, scrutinizing you sort of as well, reflecting what this being in the sky is doing. Have you forgotten where you came from, Astra?
Yes, literally everything.
You can see Cephas steps forward and one of the spectral arms reaches forward and just gently cups your cheek and kind of fondly runs the thumb along your cheekbone. Are you ready to come home?
Why? I also don't know where home is. Are you like family of mine? This is also, I don't think we had dogs. I like dogs. Are there dogs in space?
You can feel kind of like a mournful sense coming from this creature, as they kind of are realizing that you have no context and clue as to who they are. Um, they pause for a long moment and they will elaborate. You are one facet of me. You broke away and you grew on your own. I was proud to watch you grow, but then they took you and brought you here.
Oh. Does that mean if I stay, everybody's going to get sick and stuff like this will keep happening?
They think for a long moment on kind of all the implications of what you're saying before answering. No, I don't think that would happen.
But I'll keep making crystals and bad people will want them probably, right?
They are yours to distribute, Astra.
I I don't know what to do. It's not that I don't want to be with you. Being a facet sounds nice. Uh but um but I don't um if I go I can't come back, right? And there are dogs here and cakes and bracelets and Nana and flowers and sunshine um and and there's this thing called fruit and they're not people and they take the fruit and they squish it up and they make drinks out of it and it's very good and there's lots of other things you probably know that already but I I think I have friends I hope yes no I do um but I don't want them to be hurt if I stay. Does that make sense?
You can see again a long pause of it's like the reaction of just like an incredibly ancient being listening to a child ramble and just like not having the ability to really connect with what they're saying, but being very patient and like listening through nonetheless. And again, you get that mournful sense coming from it. This time, one of the hands of the main body of this being reaches down and touches gently with the tip of one of its talons on your forehead, and you feel a resounding warmth spread through your body. You can stay until you're ready to come home. I will be waiting for you, my child, until you're ready to return to the heavens.
Do you, I mean, do you have a phone? Um, I you know, so we can talk and catch up until I'm ready.
You get a sense of amusement from it. It's not laughter, but it doesn't know what a phone is, really. But it gets the gist of what you're trying to say to it. Cephas will be the conduit. When you're ready to come home, let her know. And you get the sense of when this creature goes back to the celestial realm. It's not really something that you can just have an idle chit chat with, but you can probably contact it in some ways. It's saying the main reason should be, okay, I have lived on this plane long enough, I'm ready to come home. But at a stretch, you could probably contact it for an attempted idle chit chat to varying degrees of success.
I love that this is like infinite old creature, and I'm like, have you heard of fruit juice and phones? Still got it. Okay, well, okay, that sounds good. Yes, I will do that, and then I can tell you about all the things that you might want to see or know about. Um, and I will try to not let the crystals get stolen out of the boot again.
You can see it acknowledges that you have spoken and understands the gist, but it does not comment. It doesn't know what you mean by the crystals in the boot, and it's just kind of moving on. And turns to Harper and Luciana. Thank you for fulfilling your pact, priest and witch. As I bargained, I leave you one favor. And two other hands reach down and in a similar gesture to what was given to Astra, you feel it is warm. Unlike Astra's, where it was like a familiar warmth filling them, this is kind of a terrifying warmth of, oh my god, this thing literally is ancient, and this is probably a blessing that a human mortal should not be receiving. But nonetheless, you do get a sense of comfort from it as well when the talons finally pull away, and you have both been given a blessing of celestial help or a celestial bargain, which will manifest when needed and called upon. Neither of you understand, even in the visions, Luciana, that you had had. Neither of you know what it does. But you know it's really fucking powerful and probably irresponsible for both of you to have it. But you have it for fulfilling a pact that your soul in its first iteration made on your behalf.
Good for her. Bet
And
she's pleased that she doesn't get it.
clandestine possesses your body. She's like, hell yeah, bitches. We're back, baby. With that, it turns and with a gesture that's replicated by its main body, of kind of like several hands over where if it has a heart, you assume its heart would be, but the spectral hands around Cephas do reach out and again cup your face, Astra, and two hands over your heart. Before Cephas steps back, and the rift in the sky reopens, except this time instead of it being torn open, it's like a light flowing out of it, and creature is drawn back in a trail of stars. And as the rift seals back up, Astra, as you look up, there are a copious amount of stars that have returned back up into the skyline. The glow around Cephas fades, and she gasps sharply and collapses. And three of you are standing there with an unconscious Cephas. you hear behind you movement, and you look over, and you can see Cherry, Sigil, and Rohan all dragging the bodies of the different grasps onto the burning grasp, and they're all slowly igniting.
Yeah.
And they're all just kind of shaking hands, like, job well done, killing those motherfuckers. And you see out of the tree line, Scarlet emerging. Weirdly, doesn't look like she's taken any harm, even though last time you saw her, she had like 8 of these wraith things hanging off of her. You can see she's supporting Henry. Henry looks a lot more bloodied, but he looks like whatever happened, he either healed back or managed to avoid most of the harm, but he's actually bloodied and like beaten to an extent, but
This man just
Scarlet's
ends up as
just
a
fine.
damsel in distress, doesn't he? Just constantly. What a goose.
Who could say it? But yes, that is where we'll leave tonight's session, and we'll be back next week with an epilogue.
Fucky
Thank
wucky
you.
times.
Yeah, how much is Rohan going to be bullied next session is my question.
That's a very good question. How long we got?
I mean, how long does the session go for usually? Like 4 hours? That boy is just going to be
In for about
humiliated.
3 hours of bullying.
Yeah. Half an hour of just like decompressing, and then the rest of it will just be just bullying the shit out of this man. Does he deserve it? Yes. Yes, he does. And I encourage it. But yes, I am Alishiera. I was your keeper for this evening. And I was very privileged to be able to bring this little campaign for everyone. I hope you at home enjoyed watching. I definitely enjoyed DMing these 3 and then just the shenanigans that I don't actually think we ever derailed. I think there was always purpose to the shenanigans that did lead somewhere at least. So I'm proud of us. But yes, I am Alishiera. I'm going to pass over to Burrows to do their outro.
Hi, I exist. I played Harper, who actually wasn't the worst today. I don't know, she's pretty bad, but like, I feel like that's just me being rusty rather than her actually being awful. Don't worry, I'll bring it full, no reins on for the epilogue. Gotta be the worst. I exist again. Look at the panels. That's what you get. I'm too tired to think of anything else. Mel, take it away.
Hi, I am Lefton. I also exist. Not so much online at the moment, but I am technically a streamer and a cosplayer, even if I'm not doing either of these things at the moment. Chat has said season 2 when. And I don't know about you, but I am keen to fuck around with a blessing from an ancient, unknowable being. So hey, we'll put it in the maybe soon list, I suppose. But yeah, I also have panels that have my information.
Hi, I'm Friendo, your local eldritch, celestial, unknowable being, and I played Astra as well. I don't do a lot of things on the internet. I am not perceivable. I'm so busy growing my hair.
It's growing so well.
Yeah, it's like really dry at the ends, but I don't know. I'm just
You
like,
can't tell that on camera.
yeah, I'm just like, ignore it. It's not there. I don't care. No, can't see it. I'm a bit distracted because I have 2 things in my head. One is that when like the thing was going back through the portal, I'm just like, Astra's totally just like, bye, I love you, like a 5-year-old child. And the second thing is that even though it's like an ancient being with no gender, that like vine that's like, you are my dad, you're my dad. Yeah, this has been really fun. This has been great. Thank you, Ali, for doing an amazing job. Thank you to Burrows and Mel for being incredible. I love your characters. Thank you to Kat for doing incredible art that I'm obsessed with of all of our characters.
Which you can see in our Discord and on our Twitter.
Yes. Oh my god, I'm obsessed with it. But yeah, this has been really good. Thanks for hanging out. Ali, back to you.
Yes, and if there will ever be a season 2, it will be announced in Discord. So I would recommend if you want updates on future shenanigans and just our other campaigns that are running, which are also a hoot to watch, if I do say so myself. Am I biased? Yes, but am I right? Also, yes. You can find me. Any of the handles I have are Alishiera. I have been negative active on socials at the moment. So you can just enjoy content that is on there already because I haven't been posting, unfortunately. But what I have been doing is Etsy stuff. I am going to be posting this week, and if I don't, I am going to be cyberbullied into infinity by Burrows.
I mean, I was
If
going
I
to call
don't,
you out now for saying you're doing Etsy stuff. So
yeah, look, hey,
times are
I,
ticking.
I, I'm great, but I suck at social media. So we
Correct.
had a very, very fun Oz Comic Con though, and that's great motivation to post on Etsy. Ooh. But yeah, I just do fantasy inspired jewelry, which I don't have in front of me that I can show because it is all packed up because we were at Oz Comic Con on the weekend. But yes, great fun, great time. And yes, Red was very lovely. It came and bought a set of the pink donuts. I also do donuts. Fried donuts, chocolate donuts, strawberry donuts, all donuts,
Fantasy donut.
all the times. Fantasy donuts, yeah.
All
But yes, I
donuts are a
believe,
fantasy.
yeah, I believe Bars would have a friend for us to go and raid.
Ooh, we're actually going to go see someone who is playing, and this is very apt. Tempest Sigil Chrysalis Chronicles. Pretty sure that 95% of those letters in that combination appeared in this campaign. Honestly, it's mainly Sigil and Chrysalis, but you get the point. They are playing a Fire Emblem inspired TRPG, so you cannot complain about that. So we're gonna go say hi. We haven't seen them before though, so be nice. I demand it. Send dudes too.
Doots.
You don't have to thank me for letting me bully you. I technically bullied you in return, so
I know, it was great. I enjoy
no thank
it.
you required.
Most of the time when we do on this channel we do kind of like argumentative bullying relationships. It's Ali and me like arguing with each other. So it was fun to bully someone else.
What do you mean? It's you. You are usually the one that is the center of it because you do argue with your canon sister.
I'm very
too.
argumentative all the time.
I
don't think
appreciate
you
it.
can bully your relatives. I don't think
That's true. Yeah. As the one that was the victim of bullying as the youngest, I could tell you that's the opinion.
God.
as the oldest, obviously I don't have the same opinion.
Interesting. Anyway, we're gonna go see new friends. Send dudes, be lovely, be kind, and we'll be back next week for epilogue. So see you next Tuesday. Yabish. Bye.